Welcome and good morning to KHOU 11 Plus's very special coverage today of the FIFA World Cup draw. All eyes on 2026 and all eyes on today. Good morning, I'm Alona Carson along with Jacob Rascon.
The biggest sporting tournament in the world, billions of fans. We know we'll have 500,000 or so friends from around the world joining us in Houston next year when it happens. Today, though, is the big draw, the big lottery, the biggest of any kind in any sport, we're told, and we are here live to talk about it before it happens, and then as it happens, we have team coverage for you. Lots of team coverage for you this morning, and in addition to our team, we're going to welcome in, for example, the mayor of Sugar Land and what it means for the city here, and so much more. We're going to start with our team in the studio, our sports team, making it so simple, guys, for what all of this really is and what all of this means. Good morning.
Good morning to both of you. Jason Bristol, Luis Ortiz here. Certainly, this is a massive moment in the sports landscape. This is a big World Cup, and we say big because this year it is the largest World Cup ever. We had 32 teams. Now we go up to 48 teams. What do you like about this idea? Because certainly there are some drawbacks, but let's start with the positives.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I like and what I don't like, because when FIFA announced the field expansion, I was kind of torn in between. I was kind of like, I'm not sure it's a good idea. But what I do like about it is that this is similar to what March Madness becomes, right? When you get the chance to see some of the smaller countries, smaller teams to go out there and compete and give them a chance to show what they got to compete against the best in the world. So now you get small countries like KHOU, who becomes the smallest country ever to qualify, taking over the throne over Iceland, who was the previous record holder, a country of a population of about 350,000 people. KHOU slice it in half, about 152,000 people. So now you're talking about, there's a lot of times in these countries, those national teams, the players, they don't only play to represent their country, they have full-time jobs. It's not their full-time job to be an athlete. They have to go work. They're firemen, they're, construction workers, whatever it is. And then on top of that, they have to go and get, train and be prepared and get ready to represent their country now in the biggest stage. How about also Haiti, who, for the second time ever, they qualified to the World Cup, first time in 50 years. And an interesting thing about them is that they had to play their whole entire World Cup qualification in neutral ground because of situation going on in Haiti where gangs take over the territory and they're not able to play at home. So now they have to play away, and you're not playing, you don't have the home field advantage, you don't have your fans to be there.
But on the flip side of this, I think there is a concern that this field may be watered down, that because you have a lot of these smaller, what we would call in basketball mid-majors, if you will, entering the pool, that perhaps the quality of play won't be as good. Do you share those concerns?
I do. That's my biggest worry. I think that it could water down the competition, because that's what we're going to see today. As the pots and the groups start filling in with the draw, we're going to see if Spain is going to be playing against KHOU. That's just, KHOU really has a slim of a chance in order to upset Spain, who is one of the leading candidates to win the World Cup. We're talking about Jordan. You see it there, Cabo Verde. Some of these countries are so small. When you go and compete against the giants, it just becomes really unfair.
All right, so right here behind us is part of the process, but breaking down these 48 teams into groups is not as easy as it may seem. So now let's go through the process of the draw. Before the matches begin, the drama starts with the draw. The moment the soccer world hits refresh nonstop. Here's how it works. For the first ever 48-team World Cup, all the qualified countries, plus a few playoff teams, are placed into 4 pots of 12 based on world rankings. Pot 1 has the heavyweights: Spain, Argentina, France, England, Brazil, Germany. You get the idea. And the 3 hosts, the US, Mexico, and Canada. From there, FIFA draws 1 team from each pot to create 12 groups A through L. It's kind of like building 12 dinner tables for a very large wedding with some complicated seating rules. One rule, teams from the same region usually can't share a group, except Europe, which shows up with half the guest list. Still, Europe can have no more than 2 squads in any group. Another rule, the top 4 teams in the world rankings get split into different pathways, so they can't meet before the semifinals. Translation: FIFA keeps those giants apart early. The hosts, they're already locked in. Mexico starts in Group A, Canada Group B, and the U.S. in Group D. None of those groups will be playing in Houston, however. And whether you're in a group of opportunity or a full-on group of nope, actually, it's a group of death. So yes, it's complicated, it's tense, and it's the most watched lottery drawing in sports. And whether your team gets lucky, well, that's between you and the soccer gods. Yes, and speaking of those soccer gods, they're actually smiling right now on the United States.
Yeah.
Explain why being one of the host countries is such a benefit to the Americans.
Yeah, so now you become a group leader, right? So we know that they're in Group D, which means the top 12 countries, including the 3 hosts, now they don't play each other in the group stage. You're
Yes.
talking about the other 9 top countries in the world: Argentina, Brazil, Germany, Spain, Portugal. Everybody becomes a group leader, so they get separated into different groups. So now that makes your odds better in order to advance to the knockout stage.
Exactly. So in theory, the United States should have a, quote, easier path to advance. Of course.
Listen, Pot 2 has some good teams.
Yes.
Colombia, Uruguay, some of the South American teams, they're still there. So it just makes it more of it gives you parity.
Without a doubt. Now, we'll see how it all shakes out in about an hour. For now, let's go back to Jacob and Alona in Sugarland. Guys?
Great breakdown, great insight, guys, and I know wonderful breakdown and insight. We're going to be checking back in with you to explain how it is that they're going to break out those groups. So we'll see you again in just a few minutes as we get closer to 11 a.m. Now, we mentioned that we are here in Sugarland. We are at Little Woodrow's, and this is one of kind of the watch parties happening for this 11 a.m. event today. And of course, Sugarland is the official host city partner.
Right.
So there's going to be a lot happening right here in this area.
And what does that mean for the city? We're going to talk in a moment to the mayor of Sugarland. She's joining us. She just stepped in. But first, we're actually going to talk to our good friend Trayson Bragg. Trayson is over in East Downtown, which is where, Trayson, the Fan Fest is going to be. We're going to welcome countless soccer fans, including yourself, no doubt. Good morning.
That's right. Good morning. Well, I don't know if you guys can see, but look, I'm holding my ear. Why? Because it's already loud in here, because the excitement is already here. I don't know if you can hear it, but if you can't hear it, you can definitely see it. Fans showing up bright and early, or should I not say bright, because it's pretty gray outside and cold, but that didn't stop the fans, because this is one of the moments that soccer, or should I say football fans across the entire world, but especially here in Houston, have been waiting for quite some time, right? We're looking forward to finding out where our favorite teams will play and which of our favorite teams will be playing right here in Houston. Something else we're looking forward to, obviously other than just the games, the FIFA Fan Fest. And now you guys are in for a treat, because speaking of the FIFA Fan Fest, I'm going to speak with Patty Smith, director of the FIFA Fan Festival here in Houston. Patty, good morning to you. Thanks so much for speaking to us.
Good morning.
There's been a lot of planning that has obviously gone into this. What do the folks at home, the fans who are preparing to show up for the FIFA Fan Fest here in Houston, need to know?
Well, I mean, I've got a million things. I could go on for a very long time, but the FIFA Fan Fest is really going to be the place, the hub for the World Cup here in Houston. You know, we're down here in Edo. The Fan Fest will be right outside of Shell Energy Stadium for about 5 blocks between Walker and Polk, and then Emancipation to Hutchins. Our footprint is right in the middle of what we're calling Football Fiesta, where fans can come in and out of our Fan Fest, stop into the local bars like this one here, have some lunch, come back. It's a free Fan Fest. It's really kind of we felt like this is sort of the soccer hub of Houston here on this east side. So we are one of only 4 or 5 cities that will be open for all 34 days of the 39 days that spans the whole World Cup. We will be showing all 104 matches at the Fan Fest. We'll be open, an hour before the first match to an hour after the last match. Big giant stages with big screens. It's like a big watch party. We'll have a mini pitch for kids to play on. So there's going to be something for everyone, and it's a great way for anybody in Houston and international fans to be able to access and get a taste of what World Cup is if you can't get a ticket to the game.
And a lot of folks are super excited about that, including me, because I'm a huge soccer fan. I know you all know that at home. But what we're learning today, right, we're going to learn about who will be playing here. How does that affect the planning? Because there's been a lot of planning that has gone into this.
Yeah, for sure. We've had this day circled on our calendar for a long time. You know, we've been planning infrastructure, we've been planning out what it looks like. We've got, you know, a giant ball called a Sphera that we partnered with Space Center Houston on to program some of the things inside. We're partnering with Rodeo Houston. We're really trying to tell Houston's story about how diverse we are, who we are as a city. We want to showcase to the world. But this day really changes the infrastructure of it, and now we start to talk about some of the content. We'll know who our teams are. We'll get that scheduled tomorrow. We'll have theme days based on some of those teams, so some of our food options will reflect some of those countries. Our entertainment will reflect some of that. So while the planning has been going on for a couple years, it's like it takes it to a whole nother level starting today.
Wow, well, it's been a pleasure speaking to you, Patty. I can't wait for the Fan Fest. I know all these fans and so many other fans at home can't wait for the Fan Fest. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Amazing work as always, Patty. All right, and speaking of Little Woodrows, again, the excitement continues here. The event hasn't even started yet, so imagine all the folks that are going to be pouring in here and watching at home. A big day for soccer, a big day for FIFA, a big day for Houston. We'll check back in with you in a bit. All right, I'll send it back to you all.
So, okay, I had it backwards. So 98, France won it.
I mean, Trayson, thank you so much. This is such an important day for our city. You see all those fans out there, everybody excited about what this means. And, you know, you may not have been a soccer fan coming into it, but you are now. Trayson, we'll check in with you in just a little while again. Thank you so much. Now, this is the scene of one of the other watch parties, and we do see some folks starting to gather here because this is really, being a host city is going to drive a lot of excitement to the Sugar Land area.
And who knows that better than Carlos Hernandez and the mayor of Sugar Land. Carlos, we saw you earlier today on Great Day Houston. You were joined by some friends. You have a new friend with you. Tell us about why this is so important for the city of Sugar Land.
Yeah, hey guys, I have the mayor, Carol McCutcheon, who is with Sugar Land. Okay, such an exciting day today. 2026, a lot of big things coming, but tell me a little bit about the importance of having Sugar Land support and just having FIFA coming out to the greater Houston area.
Yeah, Sugar Land is so proud to be a host city supporter of FIFA World Cup 26. This is one of the world's largest sporting events, and it's going to unite soccer fans from across the globe, and it is really going to put Sugar Land on the map.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have people from all around the world coming to this city. Now, Sugar Land is very special. Every time I come to the city, it's just full of joy, it's friendliness, and it's also just a short drive away from Houston. So when people are coming here, what can they kind of expect in this upcoming year?
Well, we have a website, sugarland26.com, and early next year, we're going to be putting out all sorts of events and also volunteer opportunities. But we're going to be having family fun and family-friendly events, soccer tournaments, just cultural events, so many things to bring people out and just really build the excitement of having this.
Yeah, now for someone who's never been to Sugar Land, tell us a little bit more about the city, because I know we have people watching from all around the world. So explain a little bit about Sugar Land.
Well, Sugar Land has just an incredible sense of community, and we also are a very diverse community, and we love celebrating all the different cultures. And there's so many fun things to do in Sugar Land. We have fabulous parks and great places to eat, fun things to shop at, and it's just a fabulous place.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one of the spots that they can shop at.
Yes, and it's one of the safest cities in the country, so we're really proud. It's a great place to live, work, shop, play, and raise a family.
Carol, I think you sold me. I want to now move to the city. Okay, now today we have a lot of exciting things. We have the watch party that's happening here at Little Woodrows. So people are going to be getting here at 10:30, but they can stay here all day. They can explore the city. I mean, just here at First Colony Mall, there's a lot to do here.
Oh, there's so much to do here. They can spend the whole day in Sugar Land, yes.
All right, guys. Well, again, I have Carolyn that's going to be joining us. We have more team coverage coming your way, but for now, we're going to chit-chat. I think we're going to try a couple soccer tricks in a little bit. But I'm going to turn it back to you guys. We'll catch up in just a little bit.
We all have one of these smaller soccer balls. They're very difficult to juggle, but it's really helpful, Carlos, to help you learn how to do it. We want to see you and the mayor maybe doing some of that later. So you work on that.
He's going to work on that. You were a soccer player.
Yeah,
for
we played some
a
soccer in high
time.
school.
Okay.
Did.
So can you do some picky
You know,
ups?
Yeah, we could, we will have some time later
Okay.
after I practice. It was actually, we had a foreign exchange student when I was in high school, and when he came from Kosovo, by the way, soccer was everything. Like
Yeah.
he like, of course we're going to play soccer. And so I joined with him and ended up playing a couple years in high school and just loved it.
You know, this is the place where we really, really, really will embrace a World Cup game and match like no other place, because Houston is the most diverse city in the United States, and we have so many people from other countries who bring that love and who bring that passion and the culture and the energy. And then we have so many people who are going to be embracing it really for the first time and
Right.
experiencing this. If you look at the numbers, nothing even gets close to soccer. And, many of us know that 200 million viewers per match, is what we're expecting. So really the eyes of the world will truly be here on Houston.
We were watching Great Day earlier, and one of the guests made the comment that really stuck out to me about how when you are a soccer fan and you watch it, you don't really think that it'll be in your backyard. That just doesn't happen. It's only every 4 years. It's hosted all around the world. So for it to be in Houston is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. It's just, if you're not used to it, you may be thinking, what is this all about? You're going to get used to it, because over the coming months, more and more people will talk about it. It'll be all over your social media. Anyway, this is just the beginning.
Yeah, and this is, as Jason said, the biggest draw on the planet of any sport, and we are just now really learning, for those of us who are not avid soccer fans coming into this, what that means. What are we doing here today? And so they've been really walking us through this process. We're taking you on the journey with us, and we're going to learn more and more as we go, what's happening today, what's happening tomorrow, and why it's so important in all of this. There's fans out there that bought tickets. They have tickets to the game in Houston. They have no idea who's going to be playing. So they're going to get to find out pretty soon.
We'll check in with our sports team, among others, after we come back on our special coverage here on KHOU 11+. I'm Jacob Rascon with Alona Carson. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to KHOU 11 Plus. I'm Jacob Rascone alongside Alona Carson for our special FIFA World Cup 2026 coverage, because today is the day when there is a draw to find out the groups. If you're familiar, you know. If you don't, hey, we'll explain it to you. Our sports team, we're going to talk to them in just a bit.
Okay, we're also talking about the impact this is having. Whether you are a soccer fan or not, this is going to be a huge story and have huge implications for the city of Houston. When you take a look at the numbers, I just mentioned to you the 200 million people watch one of these matches, but talk about what this means for our local economy. 500,000 visitors coming here to Houston just for these games, about 490,000 match attendees, 500,000 FIFA Fan Festival visitors. Okay, so that's the Fan Fest where Trayson is, and we just checked in with him a little while ago. And an estimated $1.5 billion just for our local economy. So, I mean, this has far-reaching effects for really everybody in this city.
Jason Bristol and Luis Ortiz have been standing by. You've been doing some studying. We've been doing some studying. To be honest, guys, when someone was trying to explain to me what the pots and the groups were, I said, okay, explain it like I'm a child. And please try again, and please try again. But now, thanks to you, I think we're starting to get it.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. You guys were talking about the money impact. Let's now talk about money teams, the teams which should be among the favorites. As we look at the pots, we talked about the pot system. You have 4 pots, and they're going to take those pots, the teams in the pots, and then distribute them amongst the groups. And when we look at, say, pot number 2, that is known as probably the second tier of teams, because these are based on world rankings. But there are some teams in here that you are really high on. Which ones would those be?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Look, you cannot sleep on Morocco.
Yep.
That's going to be one that would surprise a lot of people. You have Colombia, Uruguay, Japan. Look, listen, this is why these groups become so difficult, because let's say you are the U.S. and then you end up getting a Japan, and then you get a Paraguay, and then you're going to go against Ghana. So what happens is now you have Japan, who's a team that's very tactical. They love passing the ball. They're speedy. They're guys that are maybe not very big, but they have speed and very tactical. So they pass the ball very well. Now you have Paraguay, who, man, look, they have to qualify out of CONMEBOL, which is the Confederation of South America. And you're talking about a team that goes up against Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, Colombia, one of the, some of these biggest teams.
So they're tested. They're battle tested.
Exactly, yes. And then Ghana, I mean, you're talking about guys that are strong, physical, tall. These guys don't get tired. They play the full 90 minutes at a full speed. So it becomes very, very difficult. This is the interesting part about the draw, because now you get to see how your group match or your group stage is going to shape up.
And it's interesting. We look at pot 1 right here as the pot with the best teams. But when you look at the FIFA World Rankings, take Croatia right here. Mm-hmm. Croatia is 10th in the rankings. Morocco is 11th. And then there is one team that's in the top 15 that's not even on this board because that country hasn't even qualified yet, that being Italy.
Yeah, no, and listen, this is a so interesting story, surprising, because now Italy, for the 3rd consecutive World Cup cycle, is on to the playoff. They haven't qualified to the World Cup in the last 2 editions. So it's a very critical time, crucial time for Italy, because they have won the World Cup 4 times in their history. They're right behind Brazil. They're the 2nd most winningest country, and since winning it back in 2006, they haven't. Their fall off has to be studied, because now Italy is suffering, man. And so it's going to be, they're in the playoff, and we'll see if they end up making it.
And we talked about the draw and the teams being chosen from these pots. How it's going to work is this. Basically, they will take the teams from pot 1. So you're going to see all of these teams right here. All of these teams will be picked. And once they're done, then they will go to pot 2. And then when pot 2 is done, they'll go to pot 3, etc., etc. So basically, you'll see 1, 2, 3, and 4 with these teams all being, as we mentioned earlier, Luis talked about, these being the group leaders in those groups. and then you will have 4 teams in each group, and that's when the fun starts.
Yes, and the reason why it's done that way is because that way you get one of the best teams in each group. Then you get, let's say, like a B tier team, a C tier team, and go on, to the D tier team. Where that way there's parity. It tries to make it even, but there's always that one group, the group of death,
yes,
which becomes the most tough one out of the whole tournament.
And that will be fascinating because when you look at last year, the last World Cup, I should say, the last World Cup, I think most of the experts would consider that Group E, which was Spain, Costa Rica, Germany, and Japan, that was the group of death.
You remember I mentioned Japan, right?
Yep.
Spain, Germany, Japan, and then Costa Rica. Yeah, Costa Rica coming out of CONCACAF, which competes with Mexico, U.S., Canada, over here in Central and North America. Look, that was definitely the group of death. I mean, when you talk about you have 2 European teams and Japan in there, yeah, that's a tough one.
And there is one group here, one team in pot 3, right here. This is Saudi Arabia. Yeah. There's a pretty unique story about Saudi Arabia in the last World Cup. I keep saying last year like this happens every year,
yeah.
But I think sometimes that bias of American sports. Saudi Arabia was in the same group as Argentina.
Yep. Guess
Mexico and Poland, and guess who won?
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia, little Saudi Arabia, knocked off Argentina in Argentina's first match. Now, that's why you have this group system, because it wasn't the only game. It was not like the NCAA tournament, as we all know, one and done. Argentina was obviously able to rally and then go on to the next stage and the next before ultimately winning. But this idea of perhaps watering down the tournament, it's probably true to a degree,
extent, yeah.
But listen, that's why we love events like this, because a team from pot 3 can beat a team in pot 1 early on in the group stage.
Definitely. No, it can happen, and also what it can also happen is that you're able to bounce back. As you mentioned, Argentina was able to pull it off. They were able to bounce back and go on and advance and ultimately win the entire tournament, right?
Yep.
So it's going to be interesting to see which of these small countries can be that dark horse, the black horse, right? That the one that surprises everybody, the Cinderella story, as we mentioned it in the March Madness tournament. So, can any of these small countries make a deep run? We'll see.
All right, so we have also looked at some of the favorites in this event. We will get to those later. So that's what we're saying here in the studio. Now let's send it back to our team in Sugarland, guys.
Hey, do you mind, can we ask if you personally, as we listen to our fans back here, do you, either of you, have a favorite that you'd be willing to say that you're really rooting for in this?
Well, I would defer to our expert right here.
Listen, I think, look, you have a few favorites. One of them is going to be Spain. Another one will be France. Argentina, I think it's one that you can never count out just because they have Lionel Messi, who's arguably one of the, if not the GOAT, up there. There's Cristiano Ronaldo fans and Lionel Messi fans. They're going to go back and forth of who's the GOAT, right? The greatest of all time. Look, Brazil, they have so much talent, but they've always kind of let down in the recent years. After they won it back in 2002, Brazil has so much talent, and then they just kind of let you down because they don't make that deep run. But for me, I think Spain, France, and maybe even Portugal. Portugal has a very, very good team. For the first time, they have more of a well-balanced team, and it's not just Cristiano Ronaldo leading the pack. And this is his final chance. Ronaldo, if he wants to solidify his career with, not that he needs any more trophies.
He's still a GOAT.
Yeah, because he's done it all. And he's close to scoring 1,000 goals, which nobody has ever done in the career. This is the cherry on top. He needs the World Cup in order to go ahead and match Messi with a World Cup. He's only won it once. Ronaldo hasn't won it yet. And then you can say, okay, these two guys, it doesn't matter who you think is the GOAT. They're both the GOATs.
So here's some perspective as well, Jacob. When you're looking at Luis's favorites here, Spain is number 1 in the FIFA rankings. Argentina is number 2. France is 3. You had Brazil as well. So Brazil is 5 in the current rankings, and Portugal is 6. So
we're talking top 5, top 6 teams.
Top 5, top 6. He's really not going out on a limb, but that's how this tournament typically plays out because you're playing so many games. It's not one and done, unlike a lot of the tournaments that we're used to.
See, also the thing is, though, if you want me to choose one, I will. Also, it's who do I want to win as a soccer fan, and then who I think is going to win. Who I think will win it, I'm going to go with Spain. I think Spain will be the winner.
Okay, let me clear that.
So
Spain.
I think Spain will end up being the winner. Who I want it to win is Portugal, just because I want Cristiano Ronaldo to get his World Cup trophy.
Well, we're just 30 minutes into this thing, and we've already given you the winner. I don't know what more else we can provide you two out there.
That's what we do here at KHOU 11.
I mean, nailed it. You guys have this all covered. I mean, we're not just giving you, the draw and the different buckets. We're giving you the winner. Okay, great stuff, guys, and such good perspective to really help us all kind of embrace the fandom. And boy, do we have fans out here.
I know. I was going to give just one of mine personally because I lived in Uruguay for a couple of years, and that is the only thing that mattered. There were more soccer balls than people, and they've made like 14 appearances in the World Cup. I like them as an underdog. That's the only thing I'll say about that.
Yeah, they are a bit of an underdog. Yeah. Okay, so we got the fans. We are here at Little Woodrow's having such a good time, and Carlos is inside. He's got more fans in there. Everybody counting down to the big announcement today. Carlos?
Hey, Alona. Well, I know you guys have the super fans out there, but you know what? I think I have the bigger fans, and we're so excited for the final draw. I have Dr. Porter joining me. I have D, I have Z. Okay, lots of excitement coming to Houston, especially right here in Sugar Land. Yeah. What does it feel like to have just all the world looking at us right now?
Houston's a great city. Sugar Land's a fantastic town, and we are so excited to be here, looking forward to the games, and we are rooting for all the teams.
There she said it, all the teams. I mean, I have a little team of USA, but it's going to change depending on the matches and who we're playing against. Okay, Dr. Porter, for you, having the whole world looking at Sugar Land, Houston, what excitement, what comes to your mind just knowing that all eyes are going to be here?
That's right. Working with Alief ISD, the exciting thing that I'm talking about is some of our schools like Elsick High School, because soccer is very important to them. Our kids last year went one game away from the championship game. Yeah. And so when we talk about who I'm rooting for the kids at Elsick High School and the other kids in our community who will one day be playing in a World Cup.
Oh, there she said. And the great thing about soccer that it really brings everyone together. It's teaching kids discipline. It's teaching them how to stay on schedule. But really, this sport is more than just fun and entertainment. It's a learning thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Sports in general, soccer included, teaches kids life skills, conflict resolution, how to celebrate one another, how to rally together as a team. You learn so many things within the world of sports. I played sports growing up, and I still use some of those things today. Alief is one of the most diverse districts in the city. We speak 95 different languages. So that's what we're going to see here at the World Cup. So many different people coming together to celebrate and show positivity.
As it is, Houston's already a big, giant melting pot. We have so many different communities, diversity, we have different languages, and even an example right here in Sugar Land that you can get that. I do want to bring Z too. Okay, what are you most excited about the FIFA World Cup?
I think just like how they mentioned, I'm very excited to see the amount of diversity and diverse people that are going to come into Houston. Just like Houston, Alief ISD is one of the most diverse school districts right now, and it's going to be people from around the world. I don't think there's another sport that brings so many people collectively around the world to just watch and root. And just like how you said, we're all rooting for all the teams, excited for the kids to watch the World Cup, watch it live in Houston. It's huge for Houston, so we're very excited about it.
All right, well, we are so excited. Well, okay, again, we talked about how you guys are the biggest super fans here, so I'm going to put you guys to one of our little trivia questions. Who's the smartest? Who's smarter than the soccer player? Who wants to take a jab at it? Oh, look at them volunteering, Z. Okay, Z. Okay, your question. Don't look at my cards now. Okay, your trivia question for today will be, which country has won the most FIFA World Cup titles? Is it A, Germany, B, Brazil, or C, Argentina?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Okay, I'm gonna say Brazil.
All right, Z says Brazil. Ladies and gentlemen, the answer is, that is correct. Z, And for being a good sport today, courtesy of Visit Sugarland and also Little Woodrow's, you are walking away with $10,000. No, I don't have $10,000. No, but you're walking away with a gift card. So again, we have all the excitement happening here at Little Woodrow's in Sugarland. The doors have just opened, so if you guys want to have a great time with us, come and join us right here in Sugarland. We're going to be here all morning day, or all morning long, all afternoon, maybe till 2 a.m., who knows. But Ilona, Jacob, we have more things coming your way, so I'm going to send it back to you with your super fans, and we will catch up in a little bit.
They said that you win $10,000. I was just like, wait a second, come to me with a question, Carlos.
I don't know that I would have gotten the answer right,
Yeah.
but that was amazing.
I did know that one because I looked it up this morning. Brazil, also the only team apparently that always appear in the World Cup. To every single World Cup, always make one.
Yeah, and we actually have a little bit more trivia about some teams trying to win back-to-backs. It's been a very long time. I mean, I think 50s and 60s since a team has won back-to-back. So a couple teams are going for it. It's going to be big. Okay, so we're going to go to a quick break, and then when we come back, we're checking back in with our sports team as we get closer and closer to that 11 a.m. mark, and we start to get some really exciting news here. So we'll be right back.
Welcome back to our special coverage at KHOU 11 Plus. I'm Jacob Rascone alongside Ilona Carson. This is our special FIFA World Cup 2026 coverage. And if you're tuning in and you're thinking, wait a second, I thought the World Cup was next year, you're right. But today is the draw. Today is the day when we get to have all the teams that are in those pots, as they call them, and we learn which groups they'll be in, which helps us understand, where we buy tickets, and then we get to learn where they're going to play, which teams are going to be in Houston. Really, it kicks off a lot of what people are waiting for.
Yeah, and there are, of course, certain games and certain teams that everybody is hoping and praying come to their town. And so we're going to find all of this out officially by the end of tomorrow, because this is a 2-day event. Today is actually finding those draws and finding those groups. Today we find out which teams could come to Houston, so that's going to be exciting, because we'll see how many of those big names we have, and then tomorrow it makes it all final. So as we kind of take a look at some of the interesting trivia that we have been talking about here, a few fun facts when we talk about Messi, who turns 39 during this tournament. We've got Ronaldo, who's turning 40 years old. Messi has that World Cup win, as we just heard. But Argentina is trying to become the first nation to win consecutive World Cups since Brazil did this back in 1958 and again in 1962. So that's the big hope there. And of course, Ronaldo hoping to get that World Cup win. And then there's also some teams making their very first appearances in decades. I just wanted to look this up for you because this is really exciting. Haiti, it's not their first time ever, but it's the first for Haiti since 1974. So we're talking about 50 plus years. What a boost this gives to that island nation. And then Austria, Norway, and Scotland for the first time since 1998.
Wow, how awesome for them. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, because we like to talk about how some people, they don't know much about FIFA, but even my 5-year-old has, in the last couple of weeks, said something about Messi. Because people in the class, they talk about Ronaldo, Messi, and it's just, even if you're not really fully involved, you're going to realize that how big it is in the coming weeks and months.
Absolutely, and every kid that has ever kicked a soccer ball knows who Messi is, and can look up to him as one of the greatest. One of like the two greatest of all time, if not the greatest of all time. So, it's just so much excitement. If you look at the videos coming out of these other countries, the Norway, the Scotland, the Austria, I mean, the party's already started there.
It's so fun for them to see, that they made it. I mean, even here in the U.S., that's such a big deal. We're the host country, of course, we had to make it. Our sports team has been standing by in studio. They've been explaining what does the pot mean, what do the groups mean. There are those who are just joining us now. You talked earlier about who the favorites are in general based on their rank. I don't know if you could hear me because we had quite the crowd behind us earlier, but I was saying, as far as other teams that are not necessarily ranked in the top 5, for me, it's Uruguay, because I lived there and it was so important to daily life for, it seemed, everybody. I mean, when I say I saw more soccer balls than people, I mean, that you just couldn't go anywhere without that meaning so much to them, and they really hated, and this is not the wrong word to use, Argentina, and it meant everything to beat Argentina for them. When I was living there, it had nothing to do with the World Cup. It wasn't anywhere near that, but it was all they talked about anyway. I mean, this is just, it's hard to overstate how big of a deal the World Cup is for so many of these countries.
Without a doubt, and I was checking my notes here because we have the odds from one of the sports books, BetOnline AG. But before we get to that, this is also something very interesting. Of course, we do have the pots, the 4 pots with the teams, and then they will be divided into groups. Typically in a World Cup, your top 2 teams would advance to the knockout stage, which is then one and done for the most part. However, now because of this influx of new teams, this is going to be a World Cup in which we will see third-place teams advancing. So I imagine now you're talking, obviously, more opportunity, but also possibility of more upsets?
Yeah, and what happens is that once you get to that stage of the tournament, look, you could be the favorite or the expected team to lose, right? But those teams, those smaller countries, what they will do then is park the bus. You park the bus, you play from the behind, and you say, look, you know what? We're going to defend. We know we're not expected to win. We're not the favorites, so we're going to play that counterattack. We're going to sit all of our guys behind midfield, and we're going to wait for you to make a mistake or try to find that long ball. And remember, we talk about some of these nations that have really fast guys. You play that long ball, through ball, get it over the defense, and the guy takes off. Those are 50-50 chance odds, right? So that's what's going to end up happening. So the possibility of an upset is very likely.
And you guys were also talking about the games and the matches and where they'll be played. Right now, we do know that the United States will not be playing in Houston. Certainly, that is disappointing to some, but that's just the way it goes. However, when you're looking at some of the favorites, I think a lot of these favorites are potentially in play to play here in Houston. So let's run down some of the favorites according to BetOnline AG. The number one team at 9-2 odds, that is Spain. So Spain is number one. Then you have England at 6-1, France at 7-1, Brazil, a team that Luis has talked about, they're coming in fourth at 8-1. Argentina, the champion, the defending champs, at 5 with 8.5-1 odds. Then Portugal is 6 at 11-1. And Germany. Now, Germany struggled in the last World Cup, if you will, given that it didn't make it out of the group stage. So Germany has the 7th best odds. And then you have the Netherlands, Norway, Italy. And Italy's interesting because it's not even in the event yet. And then Belgium is 11th. Where do you think the United States odds are?
Oh, man. Listen, I think they're long odds. I think they're pretty long odds. I think for Canada, Mexico, and the U.S., they're long odds. I don't think they're really favorites. When you look at this bracket here from Spain down to Germany, these teams right here, those are your favorites. Either one of those countries could end up winning this tournament. And then you look at pot 2 and you say, okay, Croatia, Colombia, Uruguay, as Jacob mentioned, they could be one of those other teams that have good favorites. And then apart from there, I would say, it starts to really kind of water down. The odds start to get just bigger and bigger.
Yeah, so you're exactly right. Uruguay is at 12 at 50-1. Colombia is 50-1. U.S. is 14th at 66-1. And interestingly enough, Croatia right here. Croatia, very strong team in international play. They're 15th at 80-1, but they do have a bit of an aging roster.
Right.
So I imagine that has something to do with it. But those are your favorites right now. But it's interesting that Germany and Belgium, they were not able to make it out of the group stage. And they are amongst the favorites in the top 15 or so to win the entire thing.
And earlier you talked about, okay, maybe the U.S. not coming here to Houston and being a letdown. But as Houstonians and the chance that we get to have 7 games here at home, if we get any of these teams, try to make it to the game. Look, break the piggy bank.
If you can get a ticket.
Right. Whatever. If you can get any of these games, I mean, talk about it. You get the chance to see Lionel Messi playing live in the World Cup. And hopefully we get good matchups. You get Argentina, Uruguay. Man, Jacob talked about it, how Uruguay hates Argentina. You're talking about one of the most heated rivalries in soccer. You get a chance to watch that game. Trust me, NRG, it will be filled like never before. No Texans game would compare, and it would be in a crazy atmosphere.
So the pots are waiting. The teams are waiting, and soon the draw will be here before we know it. Let's send it back to our team in Sugarland.
Wow, I mean, great breakdown. And yeah, everybody is so excited to figure out, who they're going to get to see, what we're going to be watching here. So many huge teams, but when you run through that top 6, people really,
there are always
builds.
some upsets. That's always exciting to see. Well, maybe not for the teams who are upset, but for us and for everyone watching, it's awesome to see an underdog.
Well, yeah, and that's what I think people love about the World Cup is there are so many games that it really does let the cream rise to the top to some extent. It's not that, one and done knockout tournament, which is really nice, and it's exciting for all the fans because they get to see their team more than once.
Our friend Trayson Bragg has a few friends, maybe 100 or 200 there over in East Downtown. He's been standing by. I don't know if you can hear us, but whether you can hear us or not, let's check in and see how you're doing as we wait for this draw.
Apparently we are live here now. Sorry, it's hard to hear because of how loud it is here. Guys, it is really loud here. There's a lot of excitement here. A lot of folks. We have several officials here speaking behind us, but we have a lot of fans here really excited here because they want to know where their favorite team will be playing. And guess what? I'm getting in on some of the excitement. Watch this. Oh, the fans are having fun. Let's speak to some of the fans. Guys, I want to ask you all, who is going to win the World Cup? There's a lot of different answers here, but one thing is for sure, the chant is the same. What are we chanting, guys? Ole! 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 That's what the excitement is like here, guys, and it's early, and we're already feeling the excitement. I gotta ask you a question, though. It's early, it's cold. Why are you all here right now?
This is the most important period of life, once in a lifetime event. The FIFA is coming to Houston. We might get a chance to see Colombia play in Houston. We're so excited. Colombia!
Colombia, vamos, Colombia. For anybody who's not a soccer fan, this is religion. Soccer is religion for so many folks around the world, and you're seeing some of that excitement. I see you're wearing a Mexico jersey. Is that your favorite team?
Yes, sir, and they better come to Houston. Be there or be square.
Ooh, Mexico, you heard that. Be here or be square. If they're going to be here, are you going to make sure that you show up, and why is it so important to show up to a match?
Absolutely. The love for the game, the passion for everybody coming together, I'll be there. Absolutely.
Guys, the excitement speaks for itself. Ole, I'm getting excited. I'm going to pass it back to you all now, but we're having a great time here at Little Woodrow's. I'll send it back to you. Hey! Hey!
Okay. We want to make sure that when we come to Trayson, he's always jumping up and down and shouting Ole. So the fan that he talked to, she went all the way there. Why are you here? Why is this important?
This is life.
This is life. This is the most important thing in life. But it certainly feels like that. I mean, if you're, let's say, I think she was Colombia. I mean, let's say that's your country. Here we are in Houston with all of these, so many countries represented. Imagine if your country is chosen to come here and what that means.
I mean, it would be incredible. And, you know, it's so cool to talk to those fans. You realize that this is going to be such a fan event as well, whether you are actually going to one of these games or you're going to go down to FanFest. You know, FanFest is going to be an official established zone where you can go and really feel like you are part of this excitement. 34 days of the 39-day tournament. It'll be open for all 104 matches. It opens an hour before the game and closes an hour afterwards. There's going to be VIP access, 1 hour with free general admission, but there are hospitality packages for sale. By the way, if you're watching and you're thinking that sounds like fun, that's going to be very limited. So you're going to want to really pay attention to when those go on sale and how you're going to get those. There's individual match access and day passes available. They have a place called The Club that's going to be an air-conditioned space with snacks and water and a cash bar. Keep in mind, guys, this is June and July in Houston. So that air-conditioned club might be the place to be. And then there's going to be cabanas, which are front row shaded cabanas, again, with some of those snacks and drinks. 500,000 people expected down there at FanFest. 500,000 people making that kind of home base during this incredible stretch in our city.
We talked to a super fan on the show early this morning, and her interview stood out to both of us about how in the end for her, and she's not alone, what this really boils down to is feeling some unity and togetherness and excitement with so many people. There's so many things that divide our attention and what we care about and what we fight over. But when you're together with a huge group that's so excited about the sport, you know, number one, and then of course about your team, number two, it just kind of makes other things fade away for a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really incredible place, not just for our city, but for all of the visitors, you know, up to 500,000 visitors or more coming here to experience this. And I was just reading that, you know, Houston and Dallas are really kind of these standout cities because we're more affordable. We are easier to get to. We are able to handle these huge numbers of people. You know, we've been planning on this for a long time. The hotel rooms are opening, and there, you know, we are definitely one of those cities that more people might be able to make it to. We've got great international flights from all over South and Central America, straight from Europe, and so, you know, Houston kind of stands out as this like perfect city to bring everybody together. So it's going to be exciting.
One of the reasons that we were chosen, but even then after we're chosen, they make these big investments. We talked about upgrades to the downtown area and to East Downtown, and then the new trails and all of that. I believe that we are, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Claire, that we are going to be right back after this in just a few minutes. Is that right? Okay, all right. Right when we come back, we're talking to some more of our guests. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to our KHOU 11 Plus streaming coverage of the World Cup draw for the FIFA World Cup 2026 happening really as we speak right now. I'm Alona Carson along with Jacob Rascone, and we are really in the heart of one of the biggest parties that has already kicked off, and that is in Sugar Land, because this is the official host city partner.
That's right. Here we are in Sugar Land on the day and at the hour when the draw, the lottery, is about to happen. In fact, in just minutes, we're going to learn of those 48 teams, what the groups are going to be, which determines where they play, who's coming to Houston. Will it be your country, where you're from? Will it be your favorite country? We're going to find out in the coming days, but today, in just minutes, is when we find out a lot about the groups. And our sports team, among others, has been standing by. We have team coverage. We've had it all morning long, and we want to begin here with Jason Bristol and Luis Ortiz. Good morning.
Good morning to the two of you, and also good morning to Brian Ching. Yes, the Dynamo's all-time leading scorer.
Thank you.
12 years in MLS, 8 years with the national team. Man, it is so good to have you here. When we look at this increased field, this larger World Cup field of 48 teams, what does that signify to you?
Just more excitement, more games, more excitement. But I think it's obviously easier for now teams to get out of the first round and get into the next round. So, pretty much all the last place teams from each group will get eliminated, and then 4 of the third place teams will get eliminated.
Team.
So, there's a lot more opportunity for teams, for the better teams to advance.
What was it like when you were a player on this day and waiting for the draw? Do you remember what that was like?
Yes, it's exciting, and a little bit of nerve-wracking too, because obviously you don't want to draw the toughest bracket. You don't want to be in the group of death. The U.S. has done that before, but you do want to know who you can play, so you can start preparing and getting ready for the tournament that's 6 months away.
Yeah, and having played for the U.S. and look, there's a possibility that the U.S. can go on and face Ghana again. Well, there's that heated rivalry because they faced off in 3 different World Cups, 2006, 2010, 2014. Were you a part, back in maybe 2006, were you a part of that? Were you there to live it, that matchup?
We lived it. We lived losing to Ghana. And then I watched it, in the following years. And so when I look at the brackets, just from a personal standpoint, Ghana is one of those teams that always scares me. And to see them in bucket 4, right, that makes it's kind of scary. But, I think that whole bracket 4 is going to be even a lot harder than the bracket 3. Just because there's a lot more European teams in there that we don't even know if they're going to, which exactly teams are going to qualify until March.
And just a few moments ago, we saw your video with the Dynamo playing as we were talking. Yes. Of course, the all-time leading scorer. When you are in the group stage, how much pressure is it in those final games in a group stage, knowing that sometimes goal differential could be the difference for you going home or advancing?
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely important to make sure that every single game matters, every single game counts, every single goal counts. And when you're looking at it, we go back to 2010, when Landon scores like in the last minute of the last game, and just so we could get through the qualifying. I mean, it is nerve-wracking, and there's a lot of pressure, especially because this is the biggest tournament in the world, and it only happens once every 4 years.
You talked about those countries in pot 4, right? And
we've got the pots right here.
Yes.
Well, talk about just you talk about more opportunities for the better or the bigger teams to advance, maybe easier. But also, what about upsets? And how does the strategy change when maybe a favorite team goes up against one of these smaller countries? And what kind of game are you expecting?
Yeah, it's a part of like every tournament, right? Is the upsets, and those are so hard to predict going into it. And you, as a big team, being in the first pot, you definitely don't want to lose to a team that's in the third or fourth pot, because then that significantly decreases your chance of actually making it onto the next round. So, when I'm looking at this, teams that I'm, afraid of for the United States to kind of get in the second pot would probably be Croatia, Colombia, even a Uruguay.
Yeah.
We played Japan not too long ago, right? And Japan actually looked pretty decent against us. So, there's really going to be no easy games. I would say, if you're looking at things, this outside of these top, 4, I would say Jordan, Cabo, Curacao, and Haiti, New Zealand. Those are probably obviously easiest teams in the tournament. But then you get down here, you could be playing a Denmark and Italy. Yeah.
Now we've talked about that. They're in the playoff once again.
Yeah, and even Turkey, right, would be a very difficult game. So, in pot 3, I would probably, I'd be afraid of, probably Paraguay, Norway, Algeria, Egypt.
South Africa,
strong.
Guys that are strong, fast.
Yeah.
And what about this team? I mean, last time out, they only upset Argentina in the first match.
I know. So, like, you never know, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, last year and or last World Cup, Saudi Arabia beating Argentina was almost, it was
Nobody saw it coming.
No one ever would have saw that coming. Especially, and then no one ever saw, after that first 2 games, I think Argentina had, nobody would have saw them kind of winning the tournament either. So, there's lots to play for, a lot of excitement. That's why we love this tournament.
All right, so Brian Ching will be staying with us. Of course, the great former Dynamo player, also the owner of Pitch 25. That's so that's what we're saying here. Now let's send it back to Sugarland with our team there. Guys?
Oh, that's great perspective. We love that. He brings up such good points, and that's partly why we're watching so closely. Who will the U.S. be paired with, especially in Group 2? Anyway, all of that starts in just minutes. Thank you so much once again. We'll check in with them again later on when the draw actually begins.
I mean, a Houston legend. I mean, to be hearing from him about his picks and what he thinks of all this is really exciting. Well, we've got a local legend here with us. Fort Bend County Precinct 3 Commissioner Andy Myers is joining us right now. Commissioner, we really appreciate you taking a few minutes. First of all, welcome to the party. Welcome to the Fan Fest.
Oh, fantastic. This is outstanding. I mean, this is really exciting for the whole community. It really is.
What does it mean for Sugarland to have, in this entire area, to be kind of this partner and to be tied in to such a big event? I mean, this is really bringing...
This is worldwide.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, that our city and our community, our county gets to play a role in this. This is really fantastic. Usually we're watching it overseas, it doesn't happen here. And so for it to come to our community is just outstanding. It's really going to be neat.
One of the things we talked about this morning is those who are really invested and they wait, and this is a big part of their life. We know that this means everything, but even for people for whom the World Cup is not really top of mind ever, this is going to mean so much, even for yourself. And I mean, we've all got a connection to soccer, right? You have is it a grandson?
Yeah, my grandson. He used to play. He's 25 now.
Oh, okay.
So he's a little old.
Yeah, but you follow.
But that was great watching how exciting he was to play the game of soccer.
Yep.
It's a fast game. It's a really exciting game. It's a worldwide game. Just about every country plays soccer these days. So this is going to really, I think, help soccer, even more here in the United States than we have in the World Cup hosted right here in our area.
Yeah.
That's outstanding.
Now, you said you've lived here for 50 years.
Right.
Have you ever seen anything quite like this?
Oh,
when we talk
not
about,
in the least.
Right. Not when it comes to soccer, right?
Right. Well, anything. I mean, it's a sleepy little community to a large extent. So this is really exciting for us. To be part of this.
Well, and it's a great place. It's a great place to be. We've been meeting your neighbors here, and it's such a warm and welcoming neighborhood. I can see why they chose you all to be the partner.
This is a great community to live in. As I said, I've been here 50 years, raised my 3 children here. Have a lot of friends here. Obviously, I've been in politics a long time. And it's been a great experience for my family and for all the families who are fortunate to live here in what we consider paradise.
That's awesome.
Commissioner, thank you for your time. Thank you for being here, for being part of our coverage. You said excitement. Every time we hear excitement, we think of Trayson Bragg. Trayson's been jumping up and down, literally, in East Downtown. Let's see if he's still jumping up and down. Trayson, good morning.
Good morning, good morning. Yeah, we're still here at Little Woodrow's, and take a look behind me. If you had any question about if today's event was important to Houstonians, look at this. Fans as far as the eye can see, officials here as well, because today is an important day for not only soccer/football fans, but also Houstonians. It means so much to us. It also is very important for local business owners. And in terms of who knows most maybe how important today's event is Ryan Walsh, the CEO of the Harris County Houston Sports Authority. Ryan, thanks so much for speaking to us. Good morning. What does today's event really mean for Houstonians?
No, today's event is really the start of what we'll call World Cup season, right? We've got a little under 200 days until the games arrive here in Houston, but today is important because it'll tell us which countries are coming to Houston. And with that, the fans, the businesses, the people staying in the hotels, kind of the amount of traffic that we're going to be expecting over those 7 matches at NRG Stadium.
And I have to appeal to both the soccer fan in you and the businessman in you, right? We've talked about Super Bowls in the past and how impactful those have been. We're going to see 7 huge events here. What does that mean to Houston?
Well, you think about a Super Bowl, right, and the stuff that comes with that, not just from the people, but the economic impact. This is like 7 Super Bowls. And if the crowd today is any indication of even a fraction of what we're going to see, as a soccer fan, this is the penultimate event for soccer fans, for football fans. This is a global event. We're going to have the eyes of the world literally on Houston. It's the most inclusive sport. You have every single country that can participate, from Suriname to Spain and Argentina, right? The 2 leaders right now. So as a soccer fan, this is huge. But as a native Houstonian, even and a business person, what this means is the economic impact. We're anticipating about a $1.5 billion economic impact alone. To put it in perspective, since 2019, the events the authorities brought into town has been about a $1.2 billion economic. So in 39 days, $1.5 billion of economic. And that's everything, though. That's additional jobs. That's people staying in hotels. It's the airports. It's the local businesses like this that are going to benefit from this. It's huge. I don't think people really get how big of a deal this really is.
Well, you know what? Thanks so much for breaking that down. It sounds like they're going to get it real soon.
It's coming. It's coming.
And we can't wait. Such a pleasure speaking to you as always. Thank you. So you heard it right there. Economic impact, excitement, fanfare. This event is offering us so much. It's offering our area so much. We're going to continue to track what happens here, and we'll continue to show you all the excitement. Look at all these folks. Look, eagerly waiting to find out where their favorite team will be playing. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
Such great perspective, and Trayson's out there with the VIPs, so we appreciate it. We got the fans and we got all the bigwigs, because if you think about how many years of work have gone into this, I mean, the groundwork has been laid here for literally the past decade, with the Sports Authority and everybody else working to make all of this happen, and then they announced it years ago.
Right.
And now it's finally here.
I love how when we asked, and you asked the commissioner if he'd ever seen anything like this with a sporting event, he said, no, like ever.
Like
Never
not
seen
even
anything."
close.
And so I just like to emphasize how if you're not, because many people are not, soccer's not necessarily their thing.
Right.
But you're going to hear about it hopefully in a way that is exciting and good, and just brings a lot of people out and that helps us connect.
Well, it's gonna touch all of us. It's gonna touch our economy. It's gonna touch our kids. Right. It's gonna touch youth sports. In addition to touching all of the actual soccer fans. So this is really a transformative time for our city.
Thank you for watching the KHOU 11 Plus FIFA World Cup 2026 streaming special. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
This is the official draw which will set.
And welcome back to KHOU 11 Plus's special streaming coverage of the FIFA World Cup draw. This is where we find out which teams could be coming here to Houston. 7 matches. We have 4 groups that will be playing here. If you are a super fan and you're following along to exactly how this very special Powerball drawing is working, we are in groups E, K, F, and H, all coming here to Houston. So this is what we're looking forward to. Now, we talk a lot about the other countries, but we are all fans of USA, right? Team USA actually gets to start off in a favorable position because we're a host.
So we were explaining this earlier this morning. Our sports team has been explaining this as well. Because we are a host country, we are in the first pot with the best of, which means we do not play the top tier teams in our group. We do know that much. Our sports team is standing by now. We have Jason Bristol and Luis Ortiz. We want to know, guys, what is the best case scenario in this draw for the U.S.? And we also have to look at what is the worst case scenario.
Well, Jacob, for that answer, there's no better person than to have a former member of the U.S. national team in Brian Ching. So let's look at the pots again. So Jacob is asking for best case scenario for the United States. When you're looking at the U.S., if we look back at the last World Cup, the United States had England, Iran, and Wales in the same group. So here's the U.S. Give us the best case scenario for the United States group in Group D.
So when I look at Group 2, Pot 2, you probably obviously have to say Australia. It would probably be the pick that you'd want to get, or Austria. Obviously, those two at the bottom there. And then when I look at Pot 3, either South Africa, probably same thing, right? Or even a Qatar, I think would be a best case. And then you probably want Haiti.
Okay.
Right? We know them. And they're probably one of the smallest nations in the tournament. So that would give us the best chance to get the highest seed. And then obviously play probably a third place team in the next round.
All right, Luis, do you want to take your crack at best case?
I want to go worst case.
You want to do, oh boy, so you want to do worst case. All right, so the U.S. is here, Group D. What would be the worst case scenario? And we'll see if Brian agrees.
Yeah, I think worst case out of Pot 2, you get Colombia. That's going to be a very tough match. Then you go Pot 3, and I'm looking at probably, if we do Scotland, might be a good one, or Norway, just because they're big. You know, these guys in Europe, and they go up against some of the best countries in the world. And then Pot 4, that heated rivalry, Ghana. And what Brian talked about South Africa maybe out of Pot 3, but those African teams, for me, they're always good matchups just because they're so strong and fast. And these guys on the counterattack, they get that long ball, man, they're off to the races, and good luck catching them,
Now, Brian, because we are so technologically advanced here, I have changed the color for you. So we can keep Luis's choices up here, and now we can see Brian's choices.
I'd probably have to agree with Colombia, but I would put Croatia right there, right with them. I mean, Croatia's gotten to, the final, if not the semifinals in the last 2 or 3 World Cups.
Croatia was semifinal in the last World Cup.
Right.
Yep.
So,
they played against France. Was it the final in 2018, maybe?
Yeah, very strong team. Very, very strong team. And then I would kind of look, and I don't know if I would agree with Scotland there. I would look at probably Norway, and then also Egypt as well, like you said, right?
Circle
we got Salah. And,
Mo Salah.
And like you said, very athletic teams, right? So teams that would probably match up really, really well against us. And then I would probably have to say one of the European teams that come out of here, right? If Italy makes it, I think that would be probably the group of death for sure.
Because I think even Denmark might come out of there.
Yeah,
Denmark,
Turkey as well would be another one. So it would be tough. But obviously speaking from past experience and having to face Ghana, just pure athleticism from those guys would really, really, really scare me as well. But I think any of these would be kind of pretty much considered the group of death, and it'd be very difficult for the U.S. To get out of the group.
And Ghana, you said, because of their skill level and athleticism and the pace at what they play? Is that what makes them so difficult?
I think just athletically, right? The teams that are bigger, stronger, faster, technically make it a lot harder for you to play, less time on the ball, harder to get in behind just because of their quickness and whatnot. And I think, if you look at the teams that have won, the World Cups, they're coming from the largest soccer playing countries in the world. So Brazil, right? Largest soccer playing, passionate culture. So you're getting their top athletes, right? And so, that's why I think, they've, over the course of, the history of the World Cup, have won the most World Cups.
And listen, the U.S. has a lot of guys that play overseas. They play in Europe a lot, in their clubs, right? So they're used to playing physical ball. I mean, a lot of them play in the Premier League. That's physical football. And that's the type of football that you get when you face off against maybe a Ghana or South Africa. The thing is that it becomes very physical, and maybe on those set pieces is where they can get you a ball over the top and a header if they're, they can jump up and be tall.
When you talk about that, I mean, you look at France, right? France over the last probably 10 years have probably been the most elite, had the most success on the international level. And you look at their team, all African-based players, all very physical. I mean, you look at the final last year, in 2022.
Don't worry, I did the same thing. I kept saying last year. I feel much better now that Brian is saying the same thing. Thank you.
But in 2022, you could see the Argentinians came out strong, and then France just kind of slowly started working into the game, came back, imposed themselves physically on the game, and then to the point where we thought that they were just going to kind of run them over. But obviously Argentina had Messi and had something else to say about that.
Yeah. What about this squad right here when you look at Morocco?
Man.
Because there's a group that,
that's a dark horse right there.
What I've been looking at here, I mean, here's a team in the past 5 years has gone from number 35 in the world to number 11 and made the semifinals 4 years ago.
Yeah, and in the Euros, I think they went really well in the Euros as well. So, they're a team on fire. I think they have a good generation of players right now. One of their top players, I think, is playing in PSG, one of the best clubs in the world. So, they definitely have the athleticism. They have, probably the culture within the team right now that they expect success. So they're going to be a very dangerous team.
This is their golden generation. Morocco right now, like you mentioned, they just have players that are playing at premier clubs, and they have some players that can be game changers. So their golden generation, they're a scary team.
All right, we are not going to erase this because we're going to take a picture of this. And then when the whole grouping is done and we go to the knockout stage, we're going to see how we did. Of course, we had Luis in the gold, Brian in the green, and then I just offered Morocco. But that's the story here from our team for Brian and Luis. Now let's go back to our team again in Sugarland.
All right, and we'll be able to see in not very long whether either of those scenarios plays out. Probably a mixture of some of them. Thank you so much. Their perspective matters a lot, and of course with the all-time score.
Yeah, I was going to say, talking to Brian Ching and hearing from him is just awesome. It's not going to get any better than that when it comes to perspective from the U.S. and from Houston. So great coverage there. All right, we want to really check in with our fans. I mean, we got a lot of people here. We are at Little Woodrow's in Sugarland, and Carlos is inside with a lot more of these fans. They've got some fun stuff going on and maybe some giveaways, right, Carlos?
Oh yeah, we have a lot of things going on. All right, guys, who's excited? I think we have the best fans. But anyways, we got Teresa Presa with Director of Communications Relations of Sugarland Town Square. Okay, we have a lot of fun and exciting things coming up in 2026. Sugarland is a place to be. Tell us why.
Well, first and foremost, Sugarland is one of the most diverse communities in the entire nation, which makes us the best place to be to welcome the global visitors that we're going to see in World Cup this summer. We're so excited.
All right, and let's talk about just the people that are going to be coming. You have people from all around the world who maybe have never been to Sugarland before. They're going to come in for a full experience.
Absolutely. So can you imagine, we're going to be the hub in this area in partnership with the city of Houston, of course, as well. We're going to have live entertainment, cultural performances, thematic to whoever gets drawn for the Houston Games today. We're so excited to listen about those. International cuisine, food vendors, unique merchants, all the shopping that can do. And the hub of all of that is going to be at Sugarland Town Square.
So not only are people just watching here, but then afterwards they can join the festivities and they can do all year round, not just today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we have a full array of programming from event entertainment all the way down to movies and concerts. You name it, we have it. And brand new this year, we have the Social District. Have you heard about this, Carlos?
No, tell me more.
Let me tell you a little bit more. So from any participating restaurants in Sugarland Town Square and the lawn area of First Colony Mall that have this kind of sticker on their doorway, they're going to have the opportunity to get to-go containers, beverage containers. Okay, so your adult beverage.
Yeah, it's adult. Be responsible.
21 and up, all right. We'll be able, you don't have to take your drink really fast and then get out. You're going to be able to take it to go and promenade and shop and socialize and be with the people that you love. Not just during the World Cup, but year round. That actually starts today.
All right, sign me up. Like she said, it starts today. That's such a great program, and it's also helping local businesses and bringing back such an economic impact. Well, saying thank you so much for joining us today. Speaking of fun, I do want y'all to meet some of the fans here that are at Little Woodrow. You guys excited to be here today? We have the best fans, we have the best spirits, but I do want to put you guys to some of the knowledge. I think you guys are some of the super fans here. I got Brian, I also got Wendy. Okay, who wants to go up first and test your trivia knowledge here?
I'll go first.
Okay, Wendy. All right, no pressure, Wendy. But where was the last FIFA World Men's Cup held? Was it A, Germany, B, Brazil, or C, Qatar?
Qatar. C.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is correct. Ding, 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 ding. Wendy is our winner. She gets a valuable prize today. I'm going to bring this. Wendy, you're walking home with a brand new car. No, I'm kidding. No, it's not a car. I'm sorry, we don't have that budget. But we have some amazing gifts from Visit Sugarland. Again, all the excitement is happening here at Little Woodrow's in Sugarland. If you guys want to join us, you want to win some prizes, come on out. You know where to meet us. We're going to be here all day. But for now, Alona, Jacob, I'm going to toss it back to you. Who's excited?
Wait a second, Carlos is actually giving away stuff. We thought he was just fake giving away stuff.
No!
Carlos, we want something. Hey, I don't know if you can hear me, Carlos, so we're going to test out the IFB a little bit, but can you tell us, Carlos, which country is the only country to appear in every single World Cup?
Oh boy, you guys are putting me on the spot. Okay, which is the only country to appear in every World Cup? Whew, okay, I'm just gonna go with my gut, and I'm gonna say Uruguay, only because they were part of the 1930s, the very beginning. That's my guess. I'm gonna just go Uruguay.
Oh, I wish it was Uruguay, and it should have been Uruguay. It's actually Brazil. But for playing, we're going to give you Alona
Deborah Duncan's special
soccer ball. You can take this back to Deborah Duncan.
Okay,
That would be great.
you know what?
We have
Just
no giveaways,
throw it back
Carlos.
here. I think I can get it.
All right, here we go.
Come on!
Here we go. Here we go. You know what?
Hey, you weren't supposed to use your hands.
I wasn't. That wasn't on live TV, so it's okay. It doesn't matter. Carlos, we will make it up to you because it was a bad throw and it was an on-the-spot question. Thank you for playing anyways.
Thank you for playing, Carlos. We'll see you in just a minute
Yeah, we're
as
not
we
gonna be
hang
part of
out
the
with
team
you
this year.
here. We are in the... That's right. No, we're not. We're going to let the professionals do it. We're here in Sugarland at the Little Woodrows, just east of downtown. At the other Little Woodrows, Trayson Bragg is hanging out, and he's got a whole bunch of fans, and they've really gotten pumped up because, boy, it's official now, Trayson.
Yes, I mean, it's definitely a big deal, right? We've been showing you the excitement all morning long, and it is continuing here. It has not slowed down. We also mentioned the economic impact the last time we spoke to, when we spoke to Ryan, right? But there's so many reasons why every country around the world works hard to get an opportunity to host the FIFA World Cup every 4 years. And yes, it is the matches. Yes, it is the events leading up to all of the matches like today. It's also the excitement, but it's also the legacy left behind following the FIFA World Cup. And on that note, I'm here with Minal Davis, Chief Legacy Officer for the FIFA World Cup 26 Houston Host City Committee. Manol, tell us, what is the legacy that we hope is left behind here in Houston following the World Cup matches?
Yeah, so today's obviously a big day with the draw, but we're very focused on making sure that Houston is stronger for decades to come, right? So we are looking at expanding access through the investments of our partners to making sure access to youth soccer is expanded. We're looking to make our communities more resilient. We just had the big Airbnb announcement earlier this week, right, about the green corridor. And then, of course, we want to make sure our communities are safeguarded through human rights pieces as well, too. So we're working on a lot of different things, and we've got our eyes on the future.
Wow, so many different pieces to that. Tell us about Impact 26 and how that plays a role.
Yeah, happy to. So Impact 26 is an initiative of our Sports Authority Foundation, and that's really where all of our legacy initiatives will lie. We have 3 big pillars for that, and it's defending human rights, protecting the environment and sustainability, and growing the game of soccer. So we've got major things. You're starting to see some of the announcements come out already. There's a few more big ones to come in the coming months, so lots that we're working on there, and then that's where legacy will live for after. And of course, if there's legacy funding available, we'll be granting funding along those 3 pillars, depending on what it costs to put this thing on at the end of the day, right? So we'll see what happens, but we're positive and confident.
Wow, we're so excited for that. Thank you so much, Manol Davis. I appreciate you and the work you do. So, as you heard there, it's so much more than just fun and excitement. It's more than just business. It is all-encompassing. You heard the different elements there, human rights. They're also working to expand youth soccer here. So this is about so much, and that is why events like today are so important, and that is why every country around the world wants the opportunity that we have leading up next year. I'll send it back to you all.
Through their notable leadership.
You know, such noble goals and so much work, noble goals and so much work being done to put toward them. Trayson, thank you. When he says youth soccer, you know, there is a lot of money being put into this. There's a lot of thought as to how they're going to share this, but just having these games here is going to do so much to inspire the kids and get them involved.
And the soccer, it's not an exaggeration to say, saves some kids. They need stuff to do. And when you latch onto a sport and it becomes just a part of your world and your inner world, it keeps you from trouble a lot of times, hopefully, and it gives you something to work on and excel at and make friends with, and it becomes just a part of life. And so it's not an exaggeration to say that the World Cup will end up becoming an important part of life for years to come for many families, including right here.
Yeah, kids are going to remember this for the rest of their lives. So are we. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
We cry with every mother. We want to see hope.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Tremendous relationship, working relationship.
And welcome back to our special coverage here on KHOU 11 Plus of the 2026 FIFA World Cup draw. This is the day that we find out which teams might be playing here in Houston. We have 7 matches. The eyes of the world will be on our city. And boy, we are going to really see some huge numbers in conjunction with this. 500,000 visitors. If you take a look at some of these stats coming here to Houston, staying in our hotels, eating at our restaurants, and flying through our airports, 490,000 match attendees. So you think about just how many people will be in and out of NRG at that time for these matches. We've got 500,000 FIFA Fan Festival visitors, you know, so we've been talking about the Fan Fest and how big that's going to be. And then the whole world watching, 200 million global viewers per match. So those folks are going to be watching those 7 different matches here, an estimated $1.5 billion in economic impact coming here to our city. So this is why. I mean, this is not just huge for our country, but it's so huge for Houston.
Yeah, the economic impact, it's hard to overstate. Among other things, we told you about, I don't know if you were with us earlier, we had the smaller FIFA ball. I mentioned it was Deborah Duncan's. Deborah has taken that ball back. We now have, though, the actual size ball here. You're going to see more of this. The ball is called, and this is all set up and organized by FIFA, the Trionda, which translates to 3 waves in Spanish, a nod to the 3-nation partnership. Of course, we have the USA, Mexico, and Canada hosting. Red, green, and blue colors representing those countries. They all come together, symbolizing the 3 countries, of course, coming together. Speaking of coming together, why don't we unite with our sports team, which has been giving us all the ins and outs of what today really means. Because, guys, if you're just tuning in and you're thinking, wait a second, the World Cup is next summer, what's going on now? This draw, this lottery is a big kickoff for where we're buying tickets and many other things. Explain, and your favorite teams as well. I know we're talking about what we're looking for here in this draw.
Well, the big thing, Jacob, is this. Once this draw is complete, you will then start compiling your scouting reports on your opponents. Jason Bristol, Luis Ortiz, Brian Ching, the former Dynamo player, star player, and also the owner of Pitch 25 in Edo. What is that ramp-up period like once you know who is in your group and your first match? How intense is the scouting, or is it one of those things that it builds as you get closer and closer to the match?
Yeah, it definitely builds, right? Because we're still 6 months away from the actual games being played, so a lot can happen, right? A lot of, half the season in Europe still going on. MLS just ended their season, so there's a lot of games to be played, so there are a lot of things that can happen. But, having said that, there's so much anticipation and just anxiousness to finding out who you're going to play, who you're finally going to get up against. And then, for the players, I don't think you really think about it as much as the coaching staff.
Gotcha.
And as soon as we find out who we're playing, I'm sure that coaching staff is going to be all over these teams, right? Like, looking at past games, looking at who they're playing coming up. I mean, if you look at the U.S. schedule coming up before the World Cup, we're going to be playing some serious games. We're going to play against Germany. I think that'll be our last game before we go to the World Cup. We're going to play against Portugal. So some really big teams. I think the Netherlands, if I'm not mistaken, or Belgium. So these are some really, really big games for the U.S. coming up against some very good teams that will really prepare us for the tournament. And in those games, you really get to see. I'm sure the teams that we're playing against are going to have schedules that we get to watch them as well.
Yeah, and so part of that challenge now, after this, the next 6 months, is that the national teams don't have that many games to get ready for all the players to come together and really unite and work on their chemistry and just work on everything as a team. Because remember, they're all playing with their clubs, right, during their season. So there's that. Also, head coaches are crossing their fingers. No injuries.
Yes.
No injuries. Remember, I mean, you talked about Egypt earlier and Mohamed Salah. He missed one of the World Cups. I can't remember if it was the past one or 2018, but during Champions League game with Liverpool, he got injured and then he wasn't able to play in the World Cup. That was 2018. So that you're hoping for no injuries, and then hopefully everybody comes in form and ready to play.
As a player, do you feel that pressure of, man, I cannot get hurt because I've got this big, massive event coming up.
Yeah, a lot of times you think about that before you go into the games,
Yeah.
and then when you get in the games, it's like, you're going for it. But, it is definitely always in the back of players' minds. And, if you look at it, these players are playing so many games now, right? They started, a lot of them went through the Copa and the Euros last summer. And then now they're going through their full season, and then they're going right into the World Cup. So there's not a lot of break.
Yeah.
And this is at the end of a very, very long season for a lot of these guys. So, coaches have to manage them, they have to manage themselves. It is a big thing. And that's why I think sometimes in these tournaments, you can see injuries or leading into these tournaments because these guys have been playing like extremely a large amount of games.
And of course, it is all about winning the big prize. Luis mentioned some favorites earlier in the broadcast. So when you look at the 4 pots, I imagine pot 1 is where you're ultimately going to land because of obviously the top teams are there. But which one is your favorite? And I suppose you have some dark horses.
Yeah, obviously Spain, I think, with the youth that they have, the way they're playing, they're definitely going to be one of the top favorites. And then you have to look at France. France is, you look over the last, like I said, 7 years, 8 years, they've consistently been one of the top teams, always making it into a semifinal or a finals at least. Brazil, obviously, they have the history, the athletes, Belgium, Germany, they always tend to do really, really well. They haven't in the last few World Cups, but they're always contenders just based on their
history. They have players.
History, yeah.
It's interesting. One of the sports books out there has England as its second best odds at 6-1. How do you feel about that?
I think England would have one of the most difficult leagues in the world. I read a book once that said that they overachieve for their population size and what they do, but obviously that's because they have probably the best league in the world right now. So yes, these guys play in extremely difficult, high-pressure games week in and week out, so you would have to say it all depends on how they gel, right? I think that's always been England's Achilles heel is how those players get along, how they play together on the field. But they do have the names and they do have the talent to potentially. I don't know, but I don't think they'll win it. But
that's why they play the games.
Yes, this is true.
Is there, out of all these teams right now, is there a Cinderella story? One of the teams that you say, okay, this team is the one that.
No,
nicely done.
It's the hopeful pick, right? Obviously, I think the U.S. I love our team. We were the youngest team in the World Cup last year. We came up against a strong Netherlands in the knockout stages, but I think this team has learned. I think they're going to continue to grow. They've kind of had an interesting year of games, but I think they're finally getting back together, right? Yeah. And I think if this core group of players can gel, can get that team morale up, and they have the whole U.S. Country backing them, I think you can see them do really, really well because a lot of these players play, some of the top levels. You got the Pulisic, you got Robinson, you got Weah, you got
plenty of guys.
Reina. So I'm really excited about it. It's probably one of our most athletic teams ever, and technical. So I would love to see these guys go on an excellent run.
What do you think of the job that Pochettino has done, and how much of a difference can the coach make during the games?
Yeah, it's tough, because he's come in and then they've struggled, and then they're finally coming back. But for me, I think it's more about how the players and how Adams kind of pulls this group together. I think if they can get that core group of players kind of leading the team, leading the charge, doesn't matter who the coach is. Yeah. It does, but I think that's more important than the coach at this point. But I think Pochettino's done well with the teams in the past, and I hope that he can really get these guys, playing as a team, and they have the right tactics to go far.
The last time the World Cup was on U.S. soil, the U.S. men's national team ended up in the round of 16 before losing to the eventual champion Brazil. So those are Brian's picks. That's what we're working on here as we await the draw. Now let's send it back to our team in Sugar Land.
We changed it all.
And any minute now, the draw will begin. We do know that, and we will be talking about it. We thank you for joining us on KHOU 11, plus on our streaming special FIFA World Cup 2026. I'm Jacob Rascon alongside Alona Carson.
Yeah, we are having a blast out here. They're talking to the experts. We're talking to the fan experts. And Carlos is not only talking to folks, but he's showing off his skills, and he's getting a little better out here, Carlos.
Oh, I've been practicing all morning long. I've been practicing getting my mind and head ready in the game. I have Nico Carahar, who is obviously with Imperial Soccer Club, and he knows soccer way more than I do. First, let's talk about just the importance of the FIFA World Cup and just having it come to Houston. I mean, people from all over the world are going to be here, but Sugar Land is special because this is a place where it's filled with diversity, it's filled with different communities. So tell me a little bit about what you think is going to happen in 2026.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is such a beautiful city. I mean, go to visitsugarland.com and you're going to see like all the events that we have going on. We're going to have so many people coming in, just that global energy of soccer just coming into the community. It's going to be so awesome.
And again, what you do is you have an organization that's teaching kids, you're teaching adults. What's the importance behind soccer and just kind of coming together as a community and maybe just learning about the sport?
I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, just coming out, playing with the team, learning skills on and off the field. I mean, that's really what we strive to do.
Well, Nico, we are at Little Woodrow's. There's a lot of things happening. There's a lot of interactions. One of them here is with one of the bars, Michelob Ultra. And so what we're going to do, we're going to challenge you today, well, maybe myself. You are a soccer coach. You do teach the youth and also adults. So I'm going to need you to show me a couple steps here. Now, I played soccer once when I was probably 2 years old, and my skills are not what they used to be. But okay, walk me through what should I do? Here's our little challenge right here. We're gonna try to make it into that net, but what should I know about this?
I mean, here we go. Hey, couple quick tips. Wherever your left foot is pointing, that's where the ball is going to go. You just want to have inside of your foot, just swing right through. It's going to be easy peasy. You got this.
This is a lot of coordinating again. Okay, I'm going to try to remember. You know what? We're going to make this into a challenge. So I'm going to go first, and then you're going to go second, and the winner is going to take home this bad boy right here, coming all the way from Qatar. We brought it from the original World Cup, and now it's here in Houston. Okay, so let me go first. I'm going to embarrass myself on TV, but here we go. All right. Oh, can you guys hype me up a little bit? There you go. Okay. Here we go. All right. And 3, 2. Oh, my speed was a little too fast. Okay, Nico, you go first. All right, give him some hype, guys. Hype him up. Okay, well, you know what? I'm just gonna go! All right, guys, we're again here at Little Woodrow's. We have a lot of fans and experience and excitement. So for now, this is mine. Sorry, I'm gonna send it back to you guys. I have the cup, and there's no way you're gonna take this away from me.
We can tell, Carlos, that you've been practicing all morning for that. That was so good.
I mean, so good. Carlos, thank you. Having so much fun with all of this. And Trayson Bragg is having so much fun with all of the friends and fans that he has found in Edo. And this is at the other Little Woodrow's. Trayson, I mean, what a day. And this is all officially kicking off right now.
Yes, guys, so I'm here still at Little Woodrow's. We've been talking to you all morning long, showing you the excitement. We've showed you the economic impact of it as well, but I want to show you the heart of it. I'm here with Jessica. Jessica is a double transplant recipient as of, a year and a half ago? A year and a half ago, Jessica has also decided to volunteer for the FIFA World Cup. Take us through why it's so important for you to do that.
It is important because it's my way to appreciate and thank God for the opportunity for a second chance at life. So I want to help other people in the best way that I can to bring a smile to them.
That's amazing, a true spirit of giving. You know, a lot of people may have decided not to get involved, right? This is a possibly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have FIFA World Cup matches played here in Houston, the town that you live in. What do you hope your message shows the world?
That just like the FIFA came here for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, being an organ donor or an organ recipient, it's also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Jessica, we appreciate you. We appreciate what you're doing. We appreciate your story. Thank you so much for sharing that. So, guys, we've showed you the excitement. We've showed you the business aspect. We've showed you the legacy aspect. And now we're showing you what is possibly the most important aspect, and that is the heart that every FIFA World Cup fan has, every soccer fan has. This event is important. It's about more than just a game. It's about more than just jumping around and being excited. It's about the passion and love that folks have for this entire event. And I can't say it any better than Jessica did, so I'll send it back to you all.
Yeah, so well said. Trayson, thank you for really grabbing the feel and the passion from the fans out there in East Downtown. We appreciate it. Of course, this is the place where they're going to be having the Fan Fest. So, look, folks, you don't need to necessarily get tickets to one of the games. We'd all like them. I know that. And a couple of million have already been sold. FIFA did give a warning earlier today, and we shared this with you. If you do want to get tickets, be patient and just keep checking in on the FIFA website. You do not want to start buying these on second or third-party websites because you're going to end up with a lot of problems out there. Unfortunately, an event as large as the World Cup comes with it a lot of problems with tickets. So you're going to want to just watch that FIFA website. There will be more opportunities really rolling out over the next weeks and months. So many more opportunities. But if you aren't getting one of the coveted tickets to actually go to a match, FanFest is going to be the place to be.
You're going to be able to go there and watch with hundreds and thousands of friends. I think what will end up happening, what we expect to happen, is that Houston and all these other host cities, it becomes a life-changing experience in the sense that you get to meet all these new people, you enjoy it all together. I think that what we know is 34 days of the 39-day tournament, you're going to be able to be there in East Downtown, near where Trayson is, for that Fan Fest.
Yeah. It's going to be open for all 104 matches. It's going to open up an hour before the match starts. It'll stay open an hour afterwards. And so, yeah, they're expecting hundreds of thousands of people to head down to FanFest. There are some different VIP experiences, the cabanas, which sound like fun to me. But if you just want to head down there and you just show up and you want to take your family and you want to be a part of the togetherness and the way that this unites everybody, it's going to be free. And so, this is really just going to be a great place for everybody to come together and to celebrate this incredible moment in our city's history.
You have been watching KHOU 11's FIFA World Cup 2026 coverage, and as we build up to, in months and months from now, starting in June, the actual game starting, we are just learning today what the groups will be, who will play each other, and then followed by tomorrow when we learn the actual dates and times of the matches, which is when a lot of people will be deciding which tickets do I want to buy.
Yes, there are people, if you already have tickets, you actually don't even know who you're going to be seeing. So that'll be a fun surprise to find out. And of course, people have their fingers crossed for this team or for that team. But yes, a couple of $1 million of tickets have been sold already, and so some of those people will be finding out exactly who they're going to be watching. Tomorrow's the big day where we really lay it all out and we really get that idea. 7 different matches being played here, and Houston is in 4 of the different groups. So as you are watching this and we get all this news coming in, our sports department is going to be analyzing all of this and breaking it down. It has taken a bit of a learning curve to figure out how this draw works. We have them to rely on, and so as soon as results come in, you can keep it on our website, and then we have a lot more coverage coming up in our extended newscast from noon to 1 o'clock. And so they'll be updating us as we get that new information on what the cities are, who's getting what.
That's right, and if soccer is not necessarily your thing, it's okay, doesn't matter. You're going to learn that as there are billions of fans who are going to be tuning in and 500,000 people coming into Houston, that it'll be fun just to take part and just to decide that you want to be part of the conversation. And so we thank you for joining us here. We're going to be back here in just a couple of minutes with KHOU's news at noon, and it goes all the way until 1 o'clock. And the draw actually began just literally 2 minutes ago. So we're going to have the results of what's happening in that draw when we come back. For Alona Carson and the rest of the team here, I'm Jacob Rascone. Thank you for watching. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
One, two, one, 1 2 1 2. Do you have me? 1 2. Okay.
Mic check, mic check.